For those who are new, just to explain, she's placing the top 2 in each class. The top 1 from each class will come back for the all-around, and the second place hog from each class will be on deck, just in case the first and second best pig happen to come from the same class. Class 3 of lightweight market swine entering the ring now. We have Violet Scott, Naomi Hancock, Addison Cooley, Carter Swanson, John Putnam, Abby Burleson, Camilla Child, Kason Llewellyn, and Zane Hancock.
please help me in congratulating these exhibitors with a round of applause. This is class 3 of the lightweights, and you can see there's a lot of differences in type and kind. And the one, though, I think that's most complete, and I'm going to talk about show ring look on the top side, because if we assume that he has enough muscle, that everybody has enough muscle in this game, what makes a difference? And I'm definitely going to land on one that's probably a little bit harder to make. Kaysen, your barrel is going to win this class and be back for the drive. That one can get out and motate with a stoutness down low and a stoutness up high that I think is unrivaled in this class. It was really a no-brainer. I think he won the class from the time he walked in. Congratulations, Kaysen. You'll be back for the drive. Addison, maybe not so easy. You're like the rose between two thorns, because John's going to be in third, and you bring a gilt that's a little bit different between the two. What her advantage over John's is that she's definitely fresher. She's crisper over her loin edge as you work to the top of her hip. She's got that muscle expression and freshness that goes closest to my class winner. I like their length of side, but really where this one needs to read and study better is in terms of how long and extended and laid up the blade up front. I need her to roll back just a little bit. I need her to crank up at the base of that tail head. So it's her angles and extension from both ends that she needs to get better with Kaysen. But she's coming back in second. Addison, that's all that matters. Congratulations. John, they don't come any longer sided than the one white one you're bringing out here. This mask gilt, super pliable middled. I like how she comes down into her forearm. I think when you look at her and evaluate her from the side, you can see she cuts up and gets real flat and plain as you work to the rear rib and that rear flank. And so I think for her, that's going to decrease her cutability compared to the other two in the class. But again, I love this one, how she gets out and moves with so much extension and length. Congratulations, John, on your blue ribbon. Abby, there's some pieces to yours. Oh, Zane, go ahead and bring your hog out. Abby, there's some pieces to yours that I really like, especially when you drive her away. So tomorrow in showmanship, all I want to see is the rear view as much and a 3/4 view on that one, because when you get her on a side-to-side, she's blue. When you get side-to-side on her, you can see some problems. And the problem with her, when you read her right up there at the blade, there's some shape in the middle, but it's up top where she wants to get tight and high. And I think she follows suit when you look at her in terms of her loin edge. Congratulations, though. You got a blue ribbon. Zane, you'll be 5th in this class with a blue. Camilla, you just couldn't get that one in, huh? Yeah. Zane, this one has some freshness, and it's going to round out my blue ribbon category, because I think in terms of dressing percentage and cutability, it's right on the window, and the crowd could see right by the tailhead. She's still got a little ditch there, but this one just doesn't come with enough horsepower and mass. When you look at her from the top of her skeleton down to the bottom, and she hits the ground just a little bit too narrow. I'd like to just see her wider based and wider at the bottom of her body cage. Congratulations on your blue ribbon, Zane. Camilla, this one, oh wait, Violet Carter, come on out, and Naomi, you guys can come out. Camilla, this one's going to start my red ribbon category, and unfortunately when you're right in the window of 240 pounds, you can't really do a lot with them, and I think you've got it dialed in terms of condition, but this guy started with not enough muscle. So I think in terms of quality grade, USDA 1, he's not going to reach it, because they're going to peel the skin on that guy, and there's not going to be a lot of muscle over the top of that skeleton compared to the class winners. Congratulations, though. You're selling on Saturday, Camilla. Of the 3 out here, Violet, Carter, and Naomi's, Violet, I think you're one, it has some problems in terms of how she's designed, and maybe that was where I was most critical, because she's super tight. She's also super lean, and anybody who's out here in the crowd knows when a show hog is lean, you can't cook a pork chop for very long because they dry out so fast. So I think for her, she's just a little too dry in terms of fatness and condition. She had enough muscle, though. Congratulations, Violet, on your ribbon. Carter, this one is best view again, kind of like I talked earlier, is when you get behind this one. Tons of center shape to the leg there and the ham end, but from the profile side, you can see at the ground, this one just isn't built for heaviness or denseness. And then all the while she's a little staler because she's got some grease in her jowls and her elbow pockets, and then she cuts up. So I think this is just a feeding problem. This one didn't feed out evenly enough for you and got a little too stale. Congratulations on your placing the Carter you're selling on Saturday. Naomi, I applaud you because you didn't hold the groceries back. And this one, everybody can see, if we're talking genetics, here's a barrel that comes in that was going to put on waste from the very beginning. He was probably hard to feed because he just wanted to get, you can tell from his jowl to his ham seams, there's tons of fat that's going to end up on the kill floor, but the deer hunters will love you because I call those deer hunter specials, because when they need to add fat to the sausage, you're going to be doing it. Naomi, thank you for that. Send her back to her pen with another round of applause.
All right, in class 4 of our lightweight hogs this morning, we have Kinley Blake, Riley Martin, Cora Hansel, Shelby Barnes, Julie Torres, Hallie Jackson, Leah Melhorn, and Nova Long.
did we grab my bag from Edgar and I forgot the name, I'm sorry.
I'm heading in their direction right now. I'm grabbing your bag. Okay, they're coming over. Good job on the sack grab. Riley's grabbing the sack.
Thank you, Chef Kendra. I appreciate it very much.
I feel I may be going the wrong direction. It's okay. No blind to drop kick. No blind to drop kick. You guys doing okay? Alright, let me know if that changes. Is your live stream icon still green? Yeah? Okay, let me know if that changes. Taco stack, is yours still green? Fantastic. Well done, everyone. You guys are killing it today. Killing it.
I have no idea how to turn the damn radio or that volume down. Said good job grabbing the stack and it's loud as hell.
You know, compared to the previous classes, I don't think I have a surefire winner out here. So let's show appreciation to these exhibitors because that means they all did a great job beating and picking out a good project. I think the one you have to land on if you're searching for carcass merit and power and just pure muscle, you've got to land on Liam's to win this class. If you want to talk about it's not the best looking hog in terms of how this one is correct in its skeleton, I won't disagree with you. But this is the one that comes at you with the most width between the eyes. He's stouter in his jowl, and that tells me he's the one that's the stoutest from end to end in this class. Again, I wish he could just be a little bit better in terms of angles and secureness off of both ends, but he's got to win. He's going to cut out the bigger loin eye. Congratulations, Liam. You're coming back for the drive. I'll switch it up a bit. Another one that maybe I'm a little bit easier on the structure in, Riley. I'd really like to change her. She gets really broken right there behind that shoulder. I think it's at that rib there. There's probably some problems with her spine. But you know, the high price cuts are down low, below that, and then right behind that. And I think if you ignore that part up in her chine there, you look down low, by far she's the one that's going to have a big old slab of bacon on her. And I don't care what anybody says, bacon is a high price cut now, because go pay for a pound of bacon and see how much money you got to spend on it. And then you get in behind her, she's definitely got the most expression in terms of her ham end up high and in the middle. Again, it's her structure that probably faults her and will keep her lower in the drive, but it's in this class she'll go second for her carcass merit. Congratulations, Riley. Third over here is the gilt that just keeps running the ring for you, Julie. Definitely one that has a ton of freshness and curve as you look at her in the top. But you guys can see in the crowd, there's two things going on with this one. Not only is she wanting to wheel outside of her skeleton there, she's on the outside heels on all four. So there's some structure problems, I think, up high. The angles aren't right. But also she's one that tends to maintain her muscle and mass at the top half of her skeleton. So Julie, I think you fed her right for what she is. Unfortunately, she just has a little too much disadvantages and not being able to move and get out here and go. And then also not carrying down as deep as my two that I used above her. Congratulations, Julie. Nice beating job. Kinley, I'm not afraid to talk about showmanship on market day, and you have done an amazing job at keeping this one on the drive. You keep her head up. And I'm not going to lie, that sometimes keeps you out here a little longer because you do get the head up on this one. It gets her lower in her top line, softens that down her spine. That makes her look deeper and wider, and you keep her on the side view, right? Because you don't want me to see her too much front and too much rear, because you know she comes together there a little bit at the knees and hocks. But you show her into the fourth place position. Congratulations, Kinley, on your blue ribbon. Good job feeding her for what she is. Cora, Nova, Shelby, and Kylie, go ahead and come on out. Cora, I pinned that white gilt of yours because the white bear of yours, because he just doesn't have enough curvature, I think, down low. He's one that gets really stale and wiggly and jiggly. The crowd can see what I'm talking about. It's like Santa Claus out here and a bowl full of jelly in the middle and down low, but he's got some length, he's got some shape. I think he would have shown better with a little bit of Jenny Craig. And then you would have been higher in the class, because I think he's wide enough in his pin set. I think he's wide enough in the ground. He just came in here with a disadvantage of cutability compared to the top four in this class. Congratulations, Cora, on your blue ribbon. Nova, you're going to end the blue ribbon category out here. Nova, right? Yeah, I got to make sure I'm right. Really good job. I like this pig 13th rib forward. I think it's deep enough in its foreflank. But as soon as you get back past that 13th rib, this one gets tight and high in its flank. It ties in really tight and high at the loin. And when you get over the top of them, it's the one that studies with probably a super tight loin junction there. And so I think for her, she just gets where it counts in terms of carcass merit. I think she's going to fall short of the rest of the top, but she's still, in terms of condition, you fed her right. She's a blue ribbon. Congratulations, Nova. Shelby, you were another outstanding showman out here, and so you made that one look good. I would keep Shelby, right? Is it Shelby? Did I get it right? Shelby? Oh gosh. What is it? Cora? I flipped them. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you for fixing this for me. I don't know why I flipped them in my head on my paper. Thank you, Cora. I should have known. I had you as pink in my head and you look like my friend Cora Clift. So Cora, this is the one that I liked in terms of it's just getting a little stale down low. And this one also wants to pinch ever so slightly in the loin. But I think in terms of freshness, up high, it's still fresh enough. You're the blue ribbon. She's the red ribbon. Congratulations, Cora. Shelby's a blue. Or Shelby's a red. Shelby, can you come back here? You're the red ribbon. Cora, I am so sorry. I'll remember for tomorrow, I promise. Wear the pink shirt, though. Cora, can you wear pink for me? Thank you. Okay, wear pink, because that's how I have you in my memory. But Nova, you can go. And finally, Kylie, to round out the class, this one just doesn't have enough muscle from end to end. Super narrow base. Nova gets a blue. I do know that one. It was Shelby that I was off on. Kinley, this one just doesn't have enough muscle, but you fed her right for what she was. She gets a little tight, high in her spine. There's some things going on that where she could be better. But guess what, Kylie? You're selling on Saturday. Send her back to the pin with another round of applause. And Shelby, please come back. So you got to switch out ribbons because you are red.
Returning from Class 4 will be Liam Melhorn and Riley Martin. Up next, Class 5 of our lightweight market swine, we have Madison Stifle, Israel Munkus, Elle Blakely, Callie Colvin, Cooper Adams, Colby Bythard, June Reynolds, and Jack Neighbors.
This is your Class 5 in the lightweight market division. Let's show our appreciation to these exhibitors with a big round of applause. For me, I think there's two at the top, and the differences between the two, between Elle and Callie's behind me, you can see there's some design differences, and for sure, Ellie's is, sorry, like I just throw an E in there. Elle, yours can really get up and go because her angles are right. She can get her head up, then she softens down her top line, and I think when you really get over the top of her, she has more mass and turn at her loin edge than the one that's coming in second of Callie's. And it really, again, it gets into look, design, and I think she balances up in proportions a lot better from the side. Elle, you're winning this class and coming back for the drive. Congratulations. Callie, most people that are just going to come out here and they could be the barest of bones and maybe in their early livestock judging time, they're going to come in and choose your gilt. Because she's the one that's a little bigger footed at the ground. She's got a little ditch down her top, but she runs downhill and gets way too straight off of her blade. And I think if you really look around her in terms of her side, she doesn't level out because of her structure and her construction. So I think that's why she has to go second. But when they crack open this carcass, you've done a great job. This is definitely one that's going to push to the top of any carcass contest. Congratulations, Callie, blue and second in this class. Jack, this one's just a solid third. I don't think you could push her any higher because she's one that does not wedge compared to the two above her. She comes out with enough forerib shape, but instead of wedging back and getting super wide and open to her hip, she tends to narrow and get frail. So otherwise, you did a great job feeding her. That's why you're third in this class with a blue ribbon. Congratulations, Jack. June and Colby, you can bring your pigs out. These will be my final two in the blue ribbon group of this class. June, I think yours has the edge in terms of this one's fresher down her top. She's fresher in the middle. Does she have enough muscle to go higher in the class? Nope, especially when you step in behind her. She's closer at her pins and closer at her hocks. I just think she runs out of muscle mass to go any higher. But you fed her amazingly. You're getting the blue ribbon, June. Colby, I saw the look of frustration on your face when I pinned you in, and I think one thing I'm going to tell you, next year for the next judge, I won't be back because I'm already contracted somewhere else, but even on market day, Colby, you got to bring them in with some shine to them, and especially on a black hog. That's ultra important because they do show better with some shine to them. They show with a little bit of a crispness of their edges. Here's her, though, when I got over the top of her, I knew she had to go down towards the middle of the class. She doesn't open up right behind her shoulder blade. She doesn't have enough turn up high when you look at her in terms of her chine. And I think when you get in and open her at 9 and 10, you're going to see she probably had one of the smaller longissimus dorsi muscles compared to my top 5. Congratulations on your blue ribbon, Colby. Cooper, Israel, and Madison, come on out. Cooper, with your red belted, kind of chromed up hog there, it's going to kick off my red ribbon category. Because this one, I think when you look at get on the top side of its rib cage, it definitely has some advantages and compares the closest to my class winners. But once you get past that midsection of the rib cage there, you can see this one gets really tight and narrow, plain and frail, and then it's carrying a little bit too much condition for that kind of muscle pattern. Congratulations, though. You're selling on Saturday, Cooper. Israel, your white barrow's coming next. Another one that looks pretty stale when we watch it move. He definitely has a wider mug compared to the last of the class. But I think, again, you could have put this one on a diet and probably saw some advantage and get up a little bit higher in a class because he just comes in with too much waste. Congratulations, Israel, on your ribbon. And you're also selling Saturday. Madison, the crowd could see what I saw, and this one is super soft in its spine and pliable middle. We can't fault her, but she looks probably the closest to a landrace in terms of her breed type. And what happens there is she pinches and breaks right behind the shoulder. I think when you look at that longissimus dorsi muscle, when it can't expand in the front, it can't expand in the back. You're selling on Saturday. Congratulations, Madison. Let's send her out of the ring with another round of applause.
Returning from Class 5, we have Elle Blakely and Callie Colvin. Up next in Class 6 of our lightweight market hogs, we have Kara Lane, Braxton King, Vance Nelson, Deacon Hawkins, Cosette Cooley, Addison Garberg, Aiden Hoft, and Beckett Child.
so many good things going on. I think here at the top end, I've got four, in this class in general, I had really good showmen and show women out here. And then I think I've really got a great set of hogs here at the top to be able to talk and do some education. Let's put our hands together to congratulate these exhibitors. You don't have to go search for your livestock judging clothes. There's two hogs that sort to the top of this class rather quickly. In terms of build and muscle, and it's Vance and Addison's pigs, you can tell. I talked earlier about proportions, and you can see when you watch them drive side by side, there's one that's more attractive, that grabs your eye because, you know, they are more proportionate. He also comes a little cleaner and leaner down low. Your bearer to win this class for me will be Vance's. Congratulations, Vance. Addison, you did an amazing job feeding this one because I think this one could have got out past you. Wants to get a little soft down low. Again, it just gets into the side view. He doesn't want to be as extended from his blade forward. And I think in his hip, he could be just a little bit longer of a hip and maybe pick him up at the point of that tail head to rival Vance's. But amazing job. Easily the top two in this class. Congratulations, Addison. Really good job with that pig. Kira's pig's taken off, and Kira, I think he already knows that's where he wants to go because he's next in the line, or she. I think it's a she. Really good job with this one. I think it just simply gets out horsepowered. There's nothing else you can say. Kira, you're walking out of here with a blue ribbon. Congratulations on that. Cosette, your gilt there from the side really is probably more in comparison to proportions to Vance's, but she's got some problems in terms of her spine. She wants to get high at the hip and drop low at the point of the blades there. She comes up. And I think maybe if we crack open her at the 9 and 10, we're going to find something that probably doesn't have as large as loin eye as the top three. Congratulations, Cosette, on your blue ribbon. Braxton and Deacon, you and Beckett, you can bring your pigs out. And Aiden. Oh, wait, someone's not in there. Braxton and Deacon, I know. Braxton and Deacon coming out. Beckett's gone? Okay, that's okay. Braxton and Deacon, you guys were my next closest pair, and the crowd could probably see I don't pin you guys as fast. When I really got to get in and look and evaluate these guys and study them. Braxton, your gilt is the one that comes with more squareness and stoutness. She's more robust in her curve right there where she sinks in her spine. See, they sink down there, Braxton, because their spine's in there, but that dorsi muscle is curved up underneath the vertebrae there, and that's definitely her advantage. I think she's going to have more pork chops, and they're going to be bigger. That's why she's 5th in blue in this class. Congratulations, Braxton. Deacon, on the other hand, I slid while they were a pair, you get in and watch this one walk. This one comes base narrow, chest narrow. So even though she's a pair in terms of look and placing, I think she's got to start my red ribbon group. There's just not enough bigness and stoutness, especially at her loin. She wants to be narrow and flat in her blade. But I think in terms of her condition, you did well. A buyer's going to want to buy that one on Saturday because that's a tender, juicy hog. Congratulations, Deacon, on your red ribbon. Beckett would have been 7th in blue, and I think when you looked at Beckett's come in the arena, you can see there was 2 words that described it, plain and frail compared to the top ones, and so that's why I put it 7th in the class. Aiden, come on out. Aiden, your pig is one of the longest sided pigs in this class, and definitely probably the tallest at the point of hip, but there's a lot going on. This one just has too much daylight underneath there, and that tells me that one didn't soften up and finish. Probably one of the rawest pigs in the class, so in terms of tenderness and juicy rating, I think this one's gonna fall short. That one's just a little too lean comparatively and not enough muscle. You're still selling on Saturday though, Aiden. Congratulations. Let's pay him off and put him back in the pen with another round of applause.
Returning from Class 6 will be Vance Nelson and Addison Garberg. Up next in Class 7 of lightweight market swine is Cambry Rhodes, Jaime Zarco, Allie Morris, Marley Blanchett, Connor Martin, Taylor Arts, Gracie Hughes, Mallory Morgan, and Brody Adams.
Brody Adams, supposed to be in this class. Brody Adams.
Clap your hands. This has been an amazing class. And the end of the lightweight division. I think the one that has to start is the one that's the prettiest of color with Gracie's Duroc barrel out here. Yeah, we can get critical of him and say he's not the most sure-footed thing out here. But, you know, this is an end-of-point show, so I'm willing to concede they don't have to be the best walkers. He's ambulatory, and that's all that matters. But that one comes with so much horsepower up front. You got to love how much top shape he has and get in behind him. He is really three-dimensional in his ham end. We always talk about how many in the family can you feed with one ham. I think you feed a family of 12. Congratulations, Gracie. He'll win this class and be back for the drive. You're welcome. After that, it's look or muscle in this pair between Taylor and Mallory. And I had to live with, maybe you want to go with muscle, but I got to live with one that fits into my lightweight drive and division drive. And Taylor, that gilt's just built better. She's built more correct. She's stronger down her top line. I like her angle up front just a little bit better. And I think she balances up enough from foreflank to rear flank. She's going to come with more total mass and power, especially in the middle, than the one I'm putting in third. Congratulations, Taylor, second in the class and coming back for the drive. Mallory, there's no doubt when you start looking at this one right about rib 9 and 10, and you got to appreciate how much shape and turn she has there. But that one comes with a notch longer length of side, but it really wants to pinch when you look right behind the blade. And you know, the biggest precursor of how big the longissimus dorsi muscle can get, where we get the chop, starts right there behind the shoulder. And really this one's just kind of ill-made in terms of how it's put together from end to end. But good job in terms of raising that one and getting it to finish. Congratulations, Mallory, third and blue. Connor and Cambry, go ahead and bring yours out. Is it Cambry or Cambry? I didn't ask. Cambry. Did we say A? Is it long A or short A? Oh, thank you. Short A, so it is Cambry. Congratulations. Cambry and Connor, blue ribbon, but between the two, you can definitely see Connor's comes at you with more shape to the blade, more turn up high. So I think this one's just fresher and leaner and still has enough muscle. Congratulations, Connor. Just not enough depth compared to my top three above him. You're getting out of here with the blue ribbon, Connor. Cambry, I've talked about top showman, and there were some top in the top four, but you made this chrome-footed gilt look really good when you got her out and moved and got her strong on that drive. Right now she came out of the pin a little lazy, and then that shows the folks there. This one doesn't have enough rear rib cage shape, and then if you look up over the loin, wants to pinch there. So I need some wedge shape from loin to hip to be better in the class. But great job feeding that one. You're rounding out my blue ribbon category, Cambry. Congratulations. Marley, Allie, and Jaime, come on out. You're welcome. This will be my red ribbon category, and as usually what I'm doing, if you wonder how this is going, I'm grouping them from the time they walk out of the pin. So know that it's not just a comparison in terms of placing, but I'm also comparing it to the thousands of hogs I've seen over my lifetime, and to know what red and blue looks like. And so, Marley, your pig was right there on the edge. When it first came out, I saw the hip shape on it. But then as soon as you keep driving her back and forth, there's just not enough blade, there's not enough side and shape down low. But she has a good hip on her. No, I liked the hip when she walked out. Congratulations, Marley. Your red ribbon selling on Saturday. Allie, you were the nicest feeder in here because you didn't obviously hold any groceries back. But when they start jowling up and getting super greasy and popping there right behind their elbow, that just means you were too nice of a feeder. But I know you were probably trying to make weight, and so you did the best that you could with what you had. That one comes with a genetics, though, that says it's going to mature really early. And you know, it's days to 250. That's what we ideally want. His product was days to 230, it looks like, and everything else was fat cover. So just not a real efficient kind of dollars and cents hog, but one that's a deer hunter special for sure. All those antelope and early season guys are going to love the fact that you're taking that one to harvest. Congratulations, Allie, on your placing and selling on Saturday. Jaime, on the complete opposite side of Allie's, you brought one in that's ultra lean, really dry-sided though, and of course the one that's probably very close to being non-ambulatory because just too straight off those legs, and so there's some things in terms of structure. Watch when you pick out your pig next year. Make sure that they're walking evenly on all toes and heels. Let's hope she makes it to the kill floor. Congratulations on your placing. You'll sell on Saturday with an ultra lean pig. Put your hands together and send him back to the pen with some praise.
Okay, returning from class 7 will be Gracie Hughes and Taylor Arts. Up next, we will have the first class of middleweight hogs, and immediately following that will be the championship drive for the lightweight hogs. In class 8, our first class of middleweights, we have Brody Adams, for real this time, Logan Adams, Caleb Graybiel, Eloise Hansel, Kyra Viesca, Hallie Ben-Dixon, Morgan Burleson, and Delaney Angel.
as we hit this middleweight division, I'm not sure I have the most complete pig to win, but with Delaney's barrow out here, you got to land on him to sort to the top in terms of muscle. Let's congratulate all exhibitors in this class as I talk about them specifically. Yay, Class 8. Woo! Again, Delaney, when you walked out this one, I was probably very critical because I looked at the top line. I saw how low at the point of his blade he was. But man, once you got him to the side of this guy, if you could just turn his front end away most of the time, there's a lot to love. And I'm all about a good pork chop. I'm all about lots of meat on my bacon. And that guy also is the biggest in the ham end by far. I don't think in terms of the amount of muscle and percentage, there's not an animal in here that will rival him. Congratulations, Delaney. You'll be back for the middleweight drive and a blue ribbon. You're welcome. I think it gets a little bit tighter between Caleb and Brody out here for second and third. But if you really get in and evaluate right behind the blade, there's no doubt in my mind that Brody's definitely got the gilt that has more shape through the midsection of its cage and maintains, when you look at there in terms of her hip and hind leg, I think she carries down just a little bit deeper, and you get in behind her, she's wider from stifle to stifle. Just a little notch better power where I think it counts. Congratulations, Brody. Blue ribbon and coming back for the drive. Caleb, what I love about your gilt's another one when you get in behind her. I like pig butts, right? And so that pig butt right there, I was a big fan of how much expression and freshness she has over her top and down into her ham. I think she needs more side though. She wants to get flat and plain when you look at her muscle shape down low, and that's in that bacon, and that's why she's third in blue in this class. Congratulations, Caleb. Morgan and Eloise and Hallie, bring your hogs out, please. Morgan, Eloise, and Hallie. Morgan, you're going to be fourth in this class, but you're going to kick off my red ribbon category. And Morgan, no, I think this guy probably is very close in terms of the way he patterns up and muscle from end to end is very comparative to my class winner. My class winner just comes in a notch leaner. So this guy you were super nice to. He gets way too wasty down low, I think, for me to get into a blue ribbon. But no, next year you'll probably catch that and you'll feed him just a notch better and get some exercise on him. You'll clean up that underline really well and make him a higher cutability kind of hog. Congratulations, Morgan, on your placing fourth in the red ribbon in this class. Eloise, you do an amazing job showing this chrome-footed gilt out here. I did not ever not see that hog, so excellent showmanship. Unfortunately, probably resembles more of a Burke in terms of muscle pattern, but what we know about Burkes is they're very good in terms of marbling, and there's no doubt how you have that one fed in terms of condition. That's going to be a high marbling, tender kind of hog. Congratulations on your placing fifth in this class in the red ribbon. Just not enough muscle to go in the blue ribbon category. Hallie right here, this one probably has more muscle than some of the other ones I placed above it, but this comes into a question of, are we secure enough to walk and move and make it to a kill floor, make it through the showmanship class? And I would say no, she's a little tight, a little too straight off of both ends. Let's hope that he continues to keep moving out here for you. But the crowd can see when you get in behind this guy, his hocks actually almost pop past his pin set, get in too far behind him, so he's dragging his hind legs, and that hurts even to watch walk, Hallie. But muscle and meat and finish, you did great. Congratulations on your red ribbon, Hallie. Logan and Kiro, go ahead and come out. I said it right, Kiro, right? Yay, okay. Logan, I think contrary to Morgan's that I talked about earlier, your hog is definitely lean. It's a ripper when you look at her from the side. Unfortunately, I want him to rip with some muscle though, and she just gets a little too shallow in terms of her side and her rib cage. She's really narrow in her blade, so it just comes down to that's just a lower percentage of muscle when you look at that frame size, and so that's why I wanted to make her better. You're walking out of here to go to the sale on Saturday. Congratulations, Logan. Kiro, I call this the dirty diaper look, and that was how I was trained back in the old days of judging, that when they kind of get that look, the cutability is going to be down on that hog. When your buyer is going to want a higher percentage of muscle, then I think that one's going to yield. But it had enough muscle, so you're selling on Saturday. Congratulations, Kiro. Let's pay him off again as he heads back to the pen.
All right, up next in the ring first will be the first place hog from each of our lightweight classes this morning. So we will have Daxton Zawald, Capella Cooley, Kason Llewellyn, Liam Melhorn, Elle Blakely, Vance Nelson, and Gracie Hughes. The second place hogs from each of their classes are on deck, and if they are chosen in the top two, the second place hog from their original class will come in as well.
I think I heard a rumor that this is all kind of a new setup, but like this is the ideal setup because you get to see the top class winners just a little bit better. And then they also get to showcase, I think, brighter when we come into that champion drive tonight at 6. For me, there's one that has to win. There's no doubt that this one comes just built to the hilt, one that can get out and move and get its head up, one that's supremely big-footed. Vance, 2025 lightweight champion, congratulations. We'll bring in the second from that class, which I think is Addison? No. Yeah. I was a big fan of the two hogs that won that class, and I think you come in here and maybe this one's a little bit staler down low, but it's up high where there's so many good things happening in terms of muscle and shape. Congratulations, Addison, reserve champion, lightweight hog.
Okay, your champion lightweight hog for 2025 is Vance Nelson, and the reserve champion goes to Addison Garberg. The reason the judge placed the remainder of the class was to determine sale order for Saturday. Entering the ring is class 10 of our middleweight hogs. We have Paisley Watson, Kayla Perkins, Hudson Wood, Grant Wilson, Taya Lane, Vivian Follett, Braxton Benaj, and Jordan Velasco.
Good talking to you, but I know you really love animals and animal showing and all things fair related.
I found it. It's the sun, but I'm going to say.
I think this is the first really solid class of middleweights. Let's show our appreciation to these exhibitors and give them a round of applause. I think they're at the top. Not only are they probably really, really good showmen or showwomen in this case, but these are the hogs, I think, that came out of the pen. You could see how much curve they had down their top. They've got the ditches. They've got the, little ditch there by their tail head. So I think that tells me they're the fresh ones, fresh enough and still kind of carrying enough condition, but then also being the heaviest muscled in the class. The one, though, that I think in the middle is where this one has to win. It'll be Grant's Guilt to win this class and come back with a middleweight drive. By far, compared to Vivian's, is one that's bolder in its blade shape, and then opens up to a more expansive and turn to the forearm there. And you step in behind this one, I think she's wider in her pin set, and that gives her advantage of the three-dimensional muscles that I'm searching for, in a class. Vivian, man, you get this one's tailhead up, or the head up, and tailhead's cranked out of the base when he gets his top line level. It's when he comes at you, though, he's a little narrower faced, and so I wasn't surprised when he came at you a little narrower and flatter chested than the one that I started. And I think it's just the baseline from the midsection to the baseline of that guy's rib cage and whole body and muscle pattern. That's where I think he needs to drop down lower. Congratulations, Vivian, though. Easy, solid second in this class. Jordan, this guy came in, you get him behind this one. The rear view is so big and bold, and that's the ham, and that's my favorite part about this pig. I think he's got enough rib cage, but he wants to, wants to run downhill. So it comes into me structure and design where I think that one needs to be better. And honestly, I don't think it has as much horsepower in terms of muscle pattern from end to end as my class winner, but that one's just on the cusp of pushing to the top of any class. Congratulations, Jordan, on your third in blue. Taya, Hudson, and Kayla, go ahead and come out. Taya, you actually have a blue ribbon hog, so know that what happened is you watched this one. I really got my little glasses out, even though I don't have them on. I got my contacts in this morning, and this one, when you really get out and away, you can see he almost looks really narrow at the top compared to the three that I just used above him. And I think it comes to there's not enough curve there. This one doesn't wedge from the top down to the bottom. I think from front to back, definitely ideal, but it's top to bottom that this one runs out and gets a little bit too plain compared to the class winners. But that's still an outstanding pig to round out the blue ribbon category. Nice job, Taya. You're heading back to the pen with your blue ribbon. Hudson, I had this one out here for a long time, and people are probably like, what the heck? That pig is something else. And it's something else in terms of its muscle from its 13th rib forward. But this one comes really compact, and that's where she needs to read with more extension. Whether you look at her in terms of her blade, I need to make her top line better. And I think, Hudson, we have to be really critical of her length, because where her 13th rib ties into her hip, that's where we get cross sections of pork chops, right? And so what I think is going to happen is your buyer's not going to get as many pork chops as the hogs above her. You did a good job feeding her, but again, it's all in that muscle where it counts. And dollars per pound, when we look at the pork chops, is very important. And that's where she falls short, and that's why she'll kick off the red ribbons in this class. Congratulations, Hudson. Kayla, oh, you're already out. Braxton and Paisley, come on out. Kayla, you're in the 6th place hole in this class with a red ribbon. And this one is very similar to what I just talked about. There's some parts to the rib that I love up in front of the 13th rib. But once you get past the 13th rib, this one tapers and narrows when you look at it in terms of the loin, and then it gets very narrow in its pin set. So I think this one needs to get a shot more wedge. And that's where I think you could hit better percentage of high price cuts, because right now it's the high price cuts that are keeping that one out of the blue category. Congratulations on your placing, Kayla. Braxton, you actually have a really nice hog, and just kind of a good, I think probably was an easier feeding hog than some of the ones above it. I think, Braxton, your pig, though, because of frame size, this one needed to come in about 10 pounds lighter, and then you could have been a blue ribbon. But unfortunately now the cut ability is a little bit too low to go any higher in the class. Congratulations, you're selling on Saturday, Braxton. Paisley, I talked about all the top showmen being at the top of the class, but actually, did I come unplugged a little bit? You were really trying to get that pig off the rail, and that's why I tell you for showmanship, 1, tie your hair back, 2, for tomorrow, 2, come in and get off that rail, because that pig's going to want to suck to the rail, but I can tell you really want to do well, and so those are the things I got to catch them from the beginning. You have the racehorse you got my thoroughbred built pig, one that drops down low enough in the chest floor, but all of a sudden cuts up tight to that rear flank, and so we got to make them look more like quarter horses instead of thoroughbreds. Congratulations on your placing. Let's pay her off again.
Coming in the ring for class 11 of our middleweight hogs, we have Jedediah Golightly, Jade Littlefield Long, Scarlett Urs, Collins Curtis, Trinity Mabry, Lexi Senior, Sophia Child, and Allie Linkle.
What a fun group here at the top, a trio of hogs to sort. Let's show our appreciation to all exhibitors in this class by giving them a round of applause. From the time that Jade's hog walked in, Jade, I had it with a blue and an arrow at the top because there were some really good things. I think as it drives at you, it's unrivaled into the width and depth of chest it has. It's definitely stouter in its mug, and when you look at him at the top of his blades there when he ties in, that one's just made bigger. Once you get past, though, in terms of his hip and hind leg, that's where he can be beat. Because he doesn't want to set in as nicely there and crank up at the top of that tail head as well. And I think he needs to stride with a little bit more security off of his hocks to be an easy class winner in terms of putting everything together. But it's his muscle and up front design that gives him the advantage to win this class. Congratulations, Jade. Lexi, right? You were trying to drive her and get her head up, and you can't really, right? Because she rolls too far forward on her blade. But I love how you dialed this one in terms of feeding program, and I think she is better at the top of her hip. But when you really get down and see those little points, maybe right there as you look at the midsection of her cage, and as you look at her towards her blade compared to Jade's hog, you can see she wants to funnel as you work down low in terms of her muscle pattern, but that's an awful good hog. Don't take that critically. Congratulations, Lexi, on blue and 2 in this class. Trinity and Scarlett and Collins. Scarlett and Collins, go ahead and bring your hogs out. Trinity, it was just kind of by default as I started placing this class. This barrow didn't really grab my attention much. Everything, everything was good and complete. But this one, I think it needs to read with more muscle down low. And then as you work down to the top there in the loin, I think he's probably going to have the third, probably a smaller loin eye size compared to the top 2 above him, but a good solid hog, and that's what I would use to describe him. That's just a good hog. Congratulations on your blue ribbon and 3rd place finish, Trinity. Scarlett, it's your proportion and balance of your hog that I love, and how secure it is when you watch it come and go out here. There's no chance, I think, of that one ever breaking down. This one, when I read him, I thought he read just a little bit down low in terms of his blade. And I think down when you look at his stifle and his ham in, that's where he needs some more pop and flare down low. And so it just gets into that depth factor, but you did a great job feeding him. Congratulations on your blue ribbon, Scarlett. Collins, the crowd can see, if we're chasing meat and carcass, you've got to land on your gilt, but the pieces just don't fit. They don't blend together. She needs some more extension, and she definitely needs to be longer in her loin. I think when we talk about, again, cross-sectioning out enough pork chops, that's where she's going to fall short of my group. But man, in terms of bacon, you love her. It gets in, like I said, to design and length of loin. She has to go 5th in this class. Or, yeah, 5th, yay, with a blue ribbon. Congratulations, Collins. Jedediah, come on out, and Allie and Sophia. Jedediah, you hit the 6th place hole with this barrow, and there's some really good things that when you read them, I like the ham in size on him, but it's his side where he gets a little too dry and flat and plain, and then as you get into that Boston butt cut and his blade, I think he gets a little too shallow. So it just gets into how this guy lays into some muscle pattern. But again, in terms of feeding, I think he's right within that fat window. Congratulations, Jedediah. You're 6th and kicking off the red ribbon category in this class. Allie's on the outside there, and I'm willing to bet that's a Burt Cross in some way, shape, and form. And Allie, this one just comes a little too short. Short neck, short-sided, short-hipped. There's some roundness to the muscle, but when we take into that whole natural dimension from top to bottom and end to end, I think we're going to find that one's dressing percentage is going to be a little bit lower, and there might be more fat on it than it is ideal. So congratulations on your placing with a red ribbon, Allie. Sophia, in terms of leanness, that one's ideal down its top, but this one comes and goes with not enough mass. Comes together at the chest floor and at the ground on the rear too. The crowd can see that one, it just narrows up at the ground. Let's send her back to her pen. She's selling on Saturday with another round of applause.
Returning from class 11 will be Jade Littlefield Long and Lexi Senior. Up next, class 12 of our middleweight hogs, we have Josie Ditchin, Parker Ransom, Daniel Myers, Carolyn Follett, Dagan Wood, Braden Beck, Lennox Cook, and Landon Norton.
We're in class 12 of the middleweight division, and I think there's like a 5-pound spread is all in this class. So let's show our appreciation to the exhibitors because we can get descriptive with this class. The one that has to start is Carolyn's barrel out here in front of me. No doubt, the one that comes out with the biggest foot, biggest blade. In terms of his rear end, though, that's why I'd like to make him better, Carolyn. He's just drops a little bit too much off in terms of his tail head, and I think it needs a shot of width there, his pin set. But man, that one comes built with a show look that's unrivaled in this class. Congratulations, Carolyn. You'll be back for the drive. Then it gets into two with top line problems, and you can see maybe one wants to roach up and get a little bit tight in Josie's or break there, right there behind the 13th rib on Braden's. I think the advantage, though, you've got to find the meat maker, the percentage of cutability and muscle on Josie's to go second. Yeah, I'd like to pick that one at the top of the blades, but carcass merit she has in the second place hole. She's coming back for the drive. Congratulations, Josie. Braden, there's no showman out here better than you, I think, because you were really getting this barrel out and moving. Unfortunately, if you're that good a showman, you already know the problems with that barrel. I don't have to sing anything about that one's top line. He breaks right at the loin, just way too much for my kind that I have to put at the top. I think, you know, what the problem is there's a spine problem there. And so it gets into a genetics. And then also when you look at when he breaks, then also he drops into his tail head real weird. And so I think it's just construction, but you did an awesome job beating this one and presenting. Congratulations, Braden, third in blue in this class. Daniel Parker, come on out. Daniel and Parker are going to round out my blue ribbon group in terms of this class 12. Daniel, at first when this guy came out, I put a down arrow just because of his structure and how he's made. But I got to remember, this is an end-to-point show, and as long as they can make it be ambulatory, I think that's an important factor. He's very secure. He gets out kind of more like Braden's and wants to get a little weird in his top line, but his is actually right behind his blade where he wants to break. And then he's a little waisty down low. So there's just too many critical things and pieces that I picked him apart for. But then I put my meat hat on and I said, that one's built to put some meat on a plate. So you're staying in the blue ribbon category. Congratulations, Daniel. Parker, this one wanted to stay on the rail, and I appreciate your attempt to get him off. The best part probably is his rear view. And then he's so wide at the top of his hip, he carries down super low in terms of down to a stifle shape. It's in the midsection that I think this guy needs to be better because he wants to get really waisty, and then as you get to the front end of him, even worse is that he wants to come outside of his skeleton and bow out like a bulldog. So structure problems, that's why he couldn't go higher in this class. Congratulations, Parker, on your blue ribbon. Dagan, come on out. Lennox, did I get it right? Yes. Landon. Dagan, right? Yes. Dagan, you came out of the pen, and I actually put a question mark on your pick because I couldn't grade him fast enough and to see what he really was. This is a guy that wants to wiggle when he wobbles, and it's kind of on how he's made. And then I think he's pushing outside of his fat window. That's why he doesn't stay clean and fresh when he walks. He's got enough muscle, but I think, again, when we talk about the kill floor, your buyer's not going to get as many pounds of white meat as some of the other hogs in this class for the same weight. Congratulations on your red ribbon, and you're selling on Saturday. Lennox, this one is my one that is super long. Probably there was no hog longer than this gilt in the class, but she kind of represents what we showed in the 90s. Long and lean and a little bit narrow and ripped off the rear too. So just one for her. I think she needs to drop down lower and be more representative of a hog that's going to have a higher dressing percentage. Congratulations, though. You are getting to sell on Saturday too, Lennox. Landon, from the time that this gilt came in the arena, what I noticed first is that she looks like she's walking on toothpicks. And what we know is those toothpick kind of hogs probably don't dress as well, even though she's got some muscle shape. And, you know, it looks shapely from behind, but when you get up over the top of her, her top kind of follows suit, is that she's just too refined. down low, and she gets a little too narrow up high. So congratulations, though. I think she's within that fat window. She'll sell on Saturday. Let's send it back to his pen. Landon's getting the ribbon to sell on Saturday.
Returning from Class 12, we have Carolyn Follett and Josie Ditchin. Up next, Class 13 of our middleweight hogs, we have Chase Swanson, Shay Winterton, Jaslyn Torres, Sutton Osborne, Adeline Silbernagel, Abby Blanchett, Shelby Blanchett, and Aiden Curry.
ringside, please put your hands together for class 13 and their exhibitors. I think here at the top, maybe the top two are very close. Third kind of just sorts in there just because of muscle. But the one that I landed on quickly because of her, in terms of her show look and down low, she just looks like a better show pig. She's bigger footed. Then you work up to her blade. She's the bigger bladed of the three that I have left. And the other advantage that she has, she reads with a stronger top line and comes down and ties in to the strongest ham and loin junction. Congratulations, Addie. You win the class and you come back for the drive. Then it got really close between Sutton and Jaslyn, and for me, Sutton, I wanted to really love this barrel. From the time he walked out, I put a star by him. As you watch him come and go, he needs to be cleaner underneath of his jowl. He wants to wing out on his hocks when you get in behind him. And then when you watch him move, I think in the middle, he's a little bit staler than the other two out here because he wants to get a little waisty right there behind his sheath. So there's just some critical things, just little tiny things though. No, that's an awfully dang good pig. I liked watching him come in the arena. Congratulations, Sutton. You'll be second and blue in this class. Aiden and Abby, go ahead and bring your pigs out. Jaslyn, just a solid third. I think this barrel's cut ability is what puts him third. He's leaner and has more up high and down low compared to what I have left in the class. His problem, though, is he really wants to stay high and tight in that spine and drop off on his blade and his hip. So I need that one to lay in better in terms of his ankle. Hopefully I can get this going. Aiden, you'll be fourth in this class with your broken belted gilt here. One that I think is very similar into top shape and fresh turn up high. She really wants to pinch though in her rear flank and tie up into her loin just a little bit too tight compared to the ones in the class. But Aiden, you started out with a really good pig. You were out here for a long time in the top four, so you should be proud of that and your blue ribbon. Congratulations. Abby, I messed up your name but in the class, but I'll get it, I promise, by tomorrow. Abby, right? Yeah, okay. This one, I loved getting over the top of her when she came into the class. That one has a natural, genuine top shape and honesty as you work into the midsection, especially of the ham. But in terms of what was left out here, it's got super flat-sided, a little flat and plainer in terms of the blade action. And so I just think there was nothing you could do. Genetically, she was what she was. And so you did a great job feeding her. That's why you're still a blue ribbon with your pig. Congratulations, Abby. Shelby, Chase, and then Shay, that I called multiple times. Shelby, I have you in the 6th place. This was another hog that I put a question mark. There were some really good pieces in terms of meat and carcass quality, but structure, that's where I'm being very, very critical of her. She really wants to pop outside of all, whether you look at her in terms of her knee and her elbow or you get behind her in terms of her hock. She doesn't have enough muscle, and earlier on I might have forgiven that in some of the heavier or the lighter classes, but for her, she just doesn't have enough muscle to overcome her structure. Congratulations, though. You'll kick off the red ribbon category, Shelby. Chase, this pig maintains most of its weight at the top of its skeleton, and the crowd can see what I'm talking about. Everything just needs to drop down, and then I think that would increase this hog's dressing percentage. Here was another one that I found in the class that has a structure problem, and I don't need to beat around the bush. The crowd can see everything I saw, but good job in feeding this one. It's clean and it's fresh down low. Congratulations, Chase, on being a red ribbon and coming back to sell on Saturday. Shay, you were showing her so well, and unfortunately she's built like a racehorse, or I can call her a hot dog in terms of her muscle pattern. This one just doesn't come with enough width on all ends, but I love her finish and her condition. Congratulations, you're selling on Saturday. Let's send Shay back to her pen with another round of applause.
Okay, returning from class 13, we have Adeline Silbernagel and Sutton Osborne. In the ring now is our middleweight class 14 with Trinity Gerke, Haley Johnson, William Smith, Lillian Walder, Emma Prindle, Will Sharon, Carly Marks, and Piper Watson.
I think this is a 2-pound difference between the top to the bottom of this class. So impressive set up here in this 2-pound split middleweight class. Let's show our appreciation to these exhibitors with a round of applause. Now that you know there's a 2-pound split, say that 5 times real fast, you can see where the differences lie. And I think there's one that just comes at you more genuine and honest in terms of its shape and its muscle pattern. It still gets out here and goes, and I think by far is one. There's 2 in here that are the bigger footed, and it's one of the 2 bigger footed complete hogs to win this class. It'll be Lily's. Congratulations, Lily. Really good gilt down her top. Love her muscle. Is she the best pattern? Maybe not. I'd like to pick her up and so she can get her head up just a little bit more naturally without cresting and pick her up at the base of her tail head. But they don't come any bigger and bolder than that one. Congratulations again, Lily. You'll be back for the drive. If I talked about denseness of bone work, and by far one Emmys comes with you with a little bit squarer knee, squarer hock, and bigger in terms of its skeleton up top. And I think if you know that it's bigger in its skeleton up top, you know that muscle's got to fit in there. So in terms of muscle to fat ratio, that's the second best. Congratulations, Emmy. You'll be back for the drive. You're welcome. I guess your name needs to end with an E sound, because I have Haley coming into third. Haley, I think what I loved about your hog when it came out of the pen was its muscle tone. And this one comes fresher. This one comes a little bit leaner than what I have left in the class. And I just think as you work from front to back on this one, I think just more genuine and honest in its shape. Of course, structurally, I got to get this one higher on terms of the front end and get a little bit more set to the hop so it can drive off with more powerful stride off its rear too. But you know what? This is about carcass, and I think that's why this one has to go third. Congratulations, Haley, on your blue ribbon. Carly and Piper, go ahead and come on out. Carly, you're actually rounding out the blue ribbon, and Piper, just so you know, I'm really pretty much transparent. I had you as a blue ribbon for a second because I just judged the top of that one, but you guys can see why I moved it to the red ribbon category. Carly, yours comes in a notch fresher, reads a little bit cleaner, right there behind the blade and the elbow of this one. I just think this one needs more curvature to the center portion of its body to go any higher in the class. Gets a little too flat when you look down towards, as you work down toward the rear and fore flank. But again, she had enough muscle, so she goes final fourth blue ribbon. Congratulations, Carly. Again, Piper, she's just on the edge. I think maybe Jenny Craig, or what do we call it? What's the newest one? Ozempic diet for this one. Because you can see she's a little bit wasting her jowls. She greases up behind her elbow. And the other, of course, is her fat and her ham seam. Just a little too much condition. I think if you would have brought her in lower, she would have been about 10 pounds lighter. She would have been an easy blue ribbon and a very competitive hog, because the muscle is there and she has enough pattern. Congratulations, Piper, for starting the red ribbon category in this one with your hog. William, oh, this is a killer for me. William and Will. And then finally Trinity. Go ahead and bring your hogs out. The Duroc goes next in this class, William, Will, sorry. That one killed me. Will, there are some parts to this one that I really love. This Duroc gilt has some width up top, but everything goes awry when you work down to the bottom half of that skeleton. Gets flat and way too wasty. You were way too nice, but hey, again, a deer hunter special. We'll kick off this next second hole in this red ribbons for this class. Congratulations, Will. And then William, this is one that I liked. I put a question mark when you first walked in. So no, I think contrary to what I just talked about in the Duroc there being a little too fat, I think yours is correct in the finish and condition, but way too, how I knew what was a question mark is I wanted to see this one get out and move, because he comes at you with a real narrow face. And usually when they're not very stout and they're more narrow in their face, it tells me that they aren't just made to be a boulder skeleton, and so the muscle doesn't get in there. And the other thing is I'd like to make that one better off its hip. But again, I love how you fed this one. Congratulations on your placing and going to the sale on Saturday. William. Trinity, you know, you just come into a highly competitive class, and remember, folks, this is a 2-pound difference. So who are you going to want to buy, right? Like, you know you've got more size and scale to those top-end hogs. Definitely you're going to have a lot of pork chops, Trinity, but they're not going to be big enough. Send her back to her pen with another round of applause, please.
Okay, returning from class 14, we will have Lillian Walder and Emmy Prindle. Up next, in class 15 of our middleweight hogs, we have Cody Maris, Lily Frazier, Cord Cooley, Lincoln Hughes, John Blanchett, Hadley Mortar, Skylar Keltz, and Kyan Melhorn.
We have a 2-pound weight split again. Let's put our hands together to congratulate these exhibitors in class 15 of the middleweights. For me, I have a complete hog. Maybe not the deepest sided, maybe could be a little bit wider and bigger in the turn of the loin edge. But, you know, Hallie, yours is the one that can get out and move the best and has enough good parts and pieces in terms of carcass, merit, and structure. I think just this is the complete hog to win this class. Hallie, it's you to come back to the drive. Is it what? Hadley? Oh, look at Hadley. Sorry. I put 2 L's there. I can't read my own handwriting sometimes. You're welcome, Hadley. Cord. Initially, I had this hog probably down a little bit further. But again, I may have hogs that have more muscle, but they've got to be able to move. I do not want a hog that can't move in my drive. And so this is another one. Enough good parts and pieces. I think where Hadley's beats you, that one's a notch longer. In terms of its loin, it's a little bit more fresh as you look down through the lower 1/3 of the body. But that's an ultra complete hog that can last through my drives when I want to take a long time, and that's what's important. Congratulations, Cord. You'll be second and coming back for the midweight drive. Lincoln, there's no doubt that we're searching for muscle. You got to find your pig. But I learned when I was very young about judging and what do you want to see in your drive. And unfortunately, I can't bring that one back no matter how much muscle it has, because I don't want a breeder breeding these kind of pigs, because these pigs were very popular about 5 or 6 years ago. And the reason why they were 5 or 6 years ago, we tended to put up with their hind leg construction. We can't anymore. So you tell your breeder, you got to make them better. You got to get them with inside of their pin set off the rear too, and the crowd can see that's way too ouchy no matter how much muscle that one has. You did a good job feeding it, Lincoln. Unfortunately, it's structure that gets you in this class. Congratulations on your blue ribbon, though. Lily, this isn't what I would call the illusion hog, because there's times when that one, you look at it and you're like, too fat and plain. And then you get out in the way and you're like, oh, I like the loin. Oh, I like the ham in. So no, that's probably your pig's problem. This pig is not consistent in terms of muscle freshness from end to end. And the crowd can see what I'm talking about. I think you're still within the fat window. I think this one, though, needed to be cleaned up through the lower 1/3 of the body cavity to go higher in the class. Congratulations, Lily, on being blue. Kian and Cody, you can bring your hogs out, and Skylar and John. Congratulations, Lily. Kian, I think why I put you in 5th with the starting off the red ribbon category is like what I talked about. I was probably, in terms of 2 pounds, I just want to see a pig be able to move. Yours definitely does that. But the crowd can see when they comes at you. This one, when you look at him between the eyes, he just doesn't have enough stoutness in his mug, and it follows suit when you go and look at how narrow he hits the ground. So this one just needs more width and power to go any higher in the class, but you're getting a red ribbon and selling on Saturday. Congratulations, Kian. Cody, kind of like Lincoln's, and you heard me talk about Lincoln's, and yours has plenty of muscle, but this gilt gets all kinds of out of sorts when you evaluate her skeleton. And it just gets into whoever the breeder is, they've got to get dialed into the trends that we need them to be able to step out on all fours. And for her, I think it really is showcased when she tries to stretch, she just loses control of her hind end. And so, again, not your fault at all. You fed her very well, Cody. This is a structure problem that needs to be fixed on the genetic side of things. Congratulations, Cody. You'll be 6th in this class with your red ribbon and still get to sell on Saturday. You're welcome. Good job. Skylar, over here. Skylar, this red belted hog, I think there's some potential in there. But again, this one needed a diet. It's starting to get really flabby out past its sheath and just losing shape, whether you look at him up in the front of his blade or is in his ham in. A good solid hog, though, just didn't get fed. Just ate too much for you. Congratulations on your ribbon, Skylar. And then finally, John, a good solid hog, too. I like the bone, and it's probably a little bit fresher than the hog that I just talked about, but you can see she tubes out. right, as she goes past her 13th ribbon to her loin. I think she'll be one of the hogs with the smallest loini in the class. She'll round out the class. Congratulations, John. Let's pay him off again as John and Skylar go back to their pins.
Returning from our final class of middleweight hogs is Hadley Mortar and Cord Cooley. Up next, we have our first class of heavyweight hogs, and then that will be immediately followed by the middleweight championship drive. In class 16 of our heavyweights, we have Silas Peterson, Kylie Morgan, Oakley Gosbiner, Paisley Risdom, Catherine Knutson, Sonoma Fitzsimmons, Haley Mortar, and Thaddeus Adams.
help me to congratulate these exhibitors in class 16, whatever we're on, but the last of the middleweight class. There's a lot of things to talk about up top, and I couldn't get them any more different. I think the only thing I have similar is that they're all gilts. So after that, there's some definite differences when you read them from their front end design, maybe up over the top. The one that I'm going to use is probably the most compact when you look at her from the tip of her snout to her shoulder. But I think when you read the muscle and muscle shape she has, Haley, your gilt has to win this set. I always use the term when they come at you with that much width at the base of their sternum, and that's the truth with Haley's. There isn't one wider and constructed as dense when you look at her features. I think I read her real critical, though, in her design up front. But in second and third, you can see him right there. The one that looks a little fresher from end to end, she's got more curve and shape to her blade up high. She can get out and go with a little bit better set off her hip and hind leg. Paisley, yours has to go second for me in this class. Definitely reads with a notch longer in terms of her length of side. Probably just, like I said, gets a little flat down low compared to my class winner. Sonoma, just a solid gilt. Like, there's not a lot of bells and whistles or extra added feature, but carcass merit's there. She's good enough in her structure, and she comes with length. I would like her to just smooth and blend better from end to end and get better in terms of her top line. But like I said, you got to combine them. She has to go third. That was the easiest thing to do in the class, is put her third. Congratulations, Sonoma. Kylie and Thaddeus, go ahead, come on out. Kylie and Thaddeus. And then Silas and Oakley and Catherine, you can come out after that. Kylie over here in the pink. Kylie, I had you towards the end. There's some really good leanness and freshness in terms of the muscle shape and pattern this one has. Unfortunately, I think he reads a little flat and too dry-sided to go any higher. And then when you watch him hit the ground as he goes away, he wants to narrow up. So he's got an explosion of muscle right there at the top, and then he comes to the ground. I think that's where he's got to get bigger and wider all the way to the surface. Congratulations on your placing. Kylie, you're a blue ribbon. Thaddeus out here with the chrome-footed hog. Thaddeus, I had that one up a little bit higher, but the more I watch this one move around out here, I start to see like this one greased up maybe just a little too much in the jowl and wants to get really, probably one of the narrowest bladed hogs in the class. It's really weird. I expected more out of that one. Again, it just probably he runs out of horsepower compared to the rest, but you did a good job feeding him. Congratulations, Thaddeus, on your red ribbon. Is that right? Is it Thaddeus, right? Yes, okay. Silas, Silas, you're in the next hole over here with that big belted hog. One that is a little bit leaner than the last two I have, but still doesn't have enough muscle to go higher in the class. Just a good hog, but really wants to come base narrow. So I think, again, kind of like what I talked about, Kylie's, just needs a little bit more power down low. You did a good job feeding. That's why you're in the 6th place in this class. Congratulations, Silas. You're welcome. Oh, what's it? Oakley and Catherine, just the two. Oakley, you were way too nice to this pig. You just kept pushing the groceries to it. And only with a 277, and you either had to weigh 276 or 277, you can see why Oakley, this pig has to go down towards the bottom of the class. We're just talking about pounds and muscle to fat ratio, and that one just gets outside of the window. But all the hunters in the area that have early season tags are going to love sausage because of you. Congratulations, Oakley. You'll sell on Saturday. Catherine, just definitely this chocolate chip gilt's leaner than the hog that I just talked about. But I think even if you peel Oakley's fat off of her hog when we hit the kill floor, you're going to find that your pig just doesn't have as much muscle, no matter what, in terms of fat to muscle ratio. She's super long, though. I like that about her. We'll send you back to the pin with a red ribbon and another round of applause for Catherine.
Okay, that was our first class of heavyweight hogs. Returning will be Haley Mortar and Paisley Wisdom. And now we will have the championship drive for the middleweight hogs, which the first place of each class will be returning. So we will have Delaney Angel, Grant Wilson, Jade Littlefield Long, Carolyn Follett, Adeline Silbernagel, Lillian Walder, and Hadley Mortar. The second place hogs from each of these winners' classes will be on deck in the event that their hog is chosen as the top hog. I've been informed by her club leader that Paisley's last name is Rystom, not Risdom. Sorry, Paisley.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your champion division drive for the middleweights. Let's show our appreciation with the biggest round of applause so far. A really good set of middleweights, and again, throughout, you know, as a judge, throughout the classes, you always start to wonder, what's my drive going to look like? And I think here at the top, you definitely can see hogs that have enough muscle. They're built really strong from the ground up. I have two that are actually my favorite in the class, but when they get in and get a rear view, that's where my champion has the advantage, or in this drive, sorry. This is where my champion will have the advantage. Put your hands together to encourage me to show you who the champion is. The second place hog from Lillian's class will be returning, which is Emmy Prindle. I think for me, already talked about my reserve, and Emmy brought her pick in, and nothing to take away from that's a super good hog. But my favorite since the time they walked in, second favorite since the time they walked in, Carolyn, reserve champion, middleweight division.
Okay, our champion middleweight hog for 2025 was Lillian Walder, with reserve champion going to Carolyn Follett. Up next will be our second class, which is class 18 of heavyweight hogs. We will have Molly Collar, Mimi Cooley Gutierrez, Grant Walder, Haley Pierce, Alex Blackburn, Violet Vanderstelt, Joshua Knudsen, and Michael Graham.
ringside, please help me in congratulating these exhibitors in Class 18, the second class of the heavyweight division. There's one that has to win. I love the look of Grant's gilt out here, extremely long. She definitely, I've talked about show ring look and appeal. She has that. All the while, she's the one that comes and goes out here with the biggest foot, the biggest blade. Congratulations, Grant. You'll be back for the heavyweight drive. There's some differences between Molly and Haley out here, but it gets to me to follow. If I have one that sets the class standard like that, I gotta follow with another one that has the look and pattern that's more correct. Molly, that's your barrow. Really gets out, can get his head up, long and level down his top. He just doesn't have the muscle to go and get up closer to Grant in this class, but you did a great job picking out one that can get out and move out here. Congratulations, Molly. You'll be second and come back for the drive. Haley, there's no doubt that your one is a ripper down the top. That's a big old ditch and a big dimple by the tail head. I think, though, when I compare it to the top two, this one really wants to break into pieces and doesn't blend in terms of the pattern as well. So when I watch her walk, it's like she has a front end, then she has a good middle, and then she really wants to get steep, in terms of her hip design. Being critical, this was probably could have been a class winner in some of my other classes, but she comes in with a highly competitive one to start the top. So, no, that's a good hog, and you did a great job feeding her. Congratulations, Haley. Alex, and then Mimi, and Josh, and Violet, and Mikhail. Mikhail, your name's going to throw me off. Go ahead and come out. Alex, you bring out yours first, though. This barrow is pretty cool in terms of the shape that this one has up top. Alex, this one really, though, I read this one as getting a little too flat and plain, and it's like that ham end really has a bubble, and then it sucks tight to the stifle. And so I think this one needs to be more expressive in muscle, and maybe a little bit softer in terms of the middle to go higher in the class. But Alex, you're fourth in blue. Congratulations. Mimi and Violet, you're the next. You're going to be 1 and 2 in this red ribbon group. And Mimi, no doubt that you did a great job feeding this gilt. I love the freshness of her. I think this one, though, I start with her blade. And she's really narrow and flat there. And it kind of follows suit, especially in the middle where we get the bacon from. But again, Mimi, I love how you fed her. I just don't think she has enough muscle to stay in my USDA 1 category. Congratulations on your red ribbon and 5th place finish in this class. Violet, I really could live with some deer hunter specials because really, they're the ones that are best to eat. They stay juicy at no matter what heat you're going to cook them at and how long. So I think you did good on that. Unfortunately, in the show ring, we got to have him a little bit closer to the fat window, and I think he's going to come outside in terms of cutability. Again, though, he has enough muscle. It's all about fat-muscle ratio on him. Congratulations on your placing and your red ribbon, Violet. Congratulations, Mimi. Josh, we're still friends, right? All right, good. Josh, this one is extremely long. Probably the longest-sided hog in the class. Gets out, and there's some cool levelness to it from the 13th rib forward, but I need her to get lower in her hip, point of the top of her hip, and go away with more leg and ham muscle, because she just falls short there. Her family at Christmas time, and so I think that's going to take 2 of her hams to compete with the Grants at the top with only 1 ham to feed my family. Congratulations, though. Great job on feeding her. Let's give him a round of applause as he heads back to the pen. And Mikhail, one that I think just is Michael. Oh, shoot. I liked Mikhail better. It's kind of spelled that way. Thanks for correcting me, Sarah. Michael, really just a common pig. There's not much to glow about in terms of muscle or pattern. So just in a tough class, you fed it well, just gets out-pounded. Congratulations, Michael. Let's give her a round of applause as she heads back to the pen.
All right, returning from class 18 of our heavyweights will be Grant Walder and Molly Collar. Up next in class 19, we have Blake Thomas, Caitlin Smith, Charlotte Hansel, Kason Barnes, Jaylee Lathrop, Wyatt Johnson, Holt Apgar Long, and Jack Lathrop.
help me to congratulate these exhibitors with a big round of applause. Class 19, for me, I have one that I landed on pretty quickly with Holtz over here to my right. Definitely one that's super stout in its mug, one that I think if you really get down and read them, the one that's going to go to the rail and crack open a carcass with a larger loin eye, and then all the while the one that comes with more eye appeal and show look and still bold enough down low. Congratulations, Holt. You'll be back for the heavyweight drive. Then it gets out here between Jack and Jaylee, or anybody with a first name that starts with a J. I think, Jack, yours is one that looks a little stale. His nodes are full and swollen, and but I think when I read this guy, I read him bigger and bolder out the top side of his blade. I think when you look and evaluate his longissimus dorsi muscle, I think he's going to have the bigger pork chop. And even with his nodes going crazy, I think his fat to muscle ratio will be a little bit higher and he'll dress higher than Jaylee. So guess what, Jack? Second in blue in this class. Jaylee, she is ultra fresh down her top. I love the shape and ditch she has. Unfortunately, though, she really down low. You can see she wants to narrow as you work towards her elbow and her hock, and that's where she just needs to better. That third dimension of muscle, I think, just is a little bit shorter compared to the top two. Excellent job feeding this one, though, Jaylee. Congratulations on your blue ribbon. Caitlin and Kaysen, come on out. Caitlin, I love your purple shirt, but I think it needs to be blue and match a blue ribbon better because that pig is definitely a blue ribbon hog. Maybe a little bit heavier in its condition compared to the hog that I just talked about. But I see this term a good All-American hog, and that one is just a good All-American hog. Unfortunately, not enough muscle and enough structure to go higher in the class. Congratulations, Caitlin, fourth and blue. Kaysen, you're going to kick off the red ribbon category, and I talked a little bit about structure on the top end of this class. I think this gill, it needs to be better. She needs to open up just a better in her chest floor. I think we need to change her angle and blade angle so she can get her head up just a little bit better. And then I really like to give her a little bit softer angle off her hip. She has enough muscle, maybe a little bit fatter than some of the ones above her, so she's going to start the red ribbons. Congratulations, Kaysen. Charlotte over here, this one I think needed to come in just a little bit lighter, and then she would have shown with a lot more freshness because she's probably, and when we look at the big picture of muscle, she's average. And so when we do that, you've got to bring them in a tick leaner so that way they show better. And so I would say she's average muscle, came in with a little too much condition. She wants to fill up in her jowls. Congratulations, though. You're selling on Saturday. Blake and Wyatt will round out the class, and again, it gets into some differences. I'm going to land on Blake's there, right way out there with the white. I think that one has the advantage of length, and then also just a fresher shape when we look at that gill at 9 and 10. And she just looks like a hot dog, though, Blake, and that's what happens. Pick out a hamburger next time when you go to the pin, okay? Congratulations, Blake, on your placing, and you're selling on Saturday. Wyatt, if I told the crowd your muscle pattern on this is very nondescript, I think the crowd would know what I was talking about. Whether you look at the loin, the chine up there, maybe down in the blade, there's just no shape. So I think there's some muscle there, but I think in dressing percentage, this one has to go down towards the bottom of the class when we consider they're only a couple pounds difference. But guess what? Good news. Saturday, you're going to make some money. Let's send him back to his pen with another round of applause.
Returning from class 19 of our heavyweight hogs, we have Hope Apgar-Long and Jack Lathrop. In class 20, coming in, we have Lonnie Pomelli Hamilton, Brooke Morgan, Itzel Guardado Caldera, Abigail Finn, Nate Henderson, Amy Peterson, Darren Child, and Sage Streben.
clap your hands. This is class 20, and their weight's 285 to 287. I think that when we get to these heavier weights, you can see we start to lose some muscle freshness and expression, and so that kind of comes down into how you start sorting them. And I always disagree with other judges when I say you can't single trait select, but at this point of the game, at these heavier weights, that's where it lies. There's only one pig I think that's still ultra fresh, one that gets out here and moves pretty much okay. The one that's coming back for the drive, drum roll, Lonnie, congratulations. The second easiest thing to do, I think, is Brooke, your barrel is extremely heavy muscled from end to end. Unfortunately, the fat cover is taken away from his muscle shape, but I think he gets out here and moves. He's got enough width and set. Just again, fat cover is going to hurt him. Congratulations, Brooke, second and coming back for the heavyweight drive. Amy, I'm glad you kept out of the pen because I think as people will see when I talk about Abby's, your gilt down her top still has a little bit of ditch until you work up right to her loin edge, and then she kind of runs out of power and gets a little fatter as she works back to the rear third of that skeleton. But I think she's still a blue ribbon hog when we look at her carcass merit. Congratulations, Amy, third and blue in this class. Itzel, go ahead and come on out, and Nate and Abby. Itzel, you're going to kick off the red ribbon category, and maybe I was really easy on this guy because if the crowd hasn't figured out, I'm not about leanness because I've eaten so many show pigs over the course of my career. I know of all the ones left out here, yours is super juicy and still going to have a pretty good pork chop, but down low, his cut ability is going to cost him when we go to the rail. That's why he has to be a red ribbon. Congratulations, Itzel. Red. Abby and Nate are next, and that was probably my closest pair to sort because initially I liked them both right outside of the, as they came out of the gate. Abby, especially when I look over the top side of yours, I think it reads with a lot of freshness. It's crisper and rawer down its top, but I think I just had to change this one. She needs a shot more muscle from the midsection down low. Congratulations, though, you're selling on Saturday. Nate, this was another one that I liked as this one came at me with some width of chest, but muscle to fat ratio is going to be high on that, low on that one, so it has to go down towards the bottom of the class. Congratulations, Nate. And then out here we finish out with Sage and Darren. Darren, right? Is that right? Darren? I said it right? Okay. I doubted myself for a second. Sage and Darren, these hogs are just good. I mean, if we had a big fat pan of these kind of hogs, those are the ones you'd want to eat and sell. And you can see there's just some differences. Sage is going to go higher. I like the top line on this one better. But again, they're just hogs that just don't have enough power and run out of muscle when you get back to the seat of their pants compared to the top ones in the class. Nothing wrong with them at all. Let's send them back to their pen with another round of applause.
Yeah, she calls herself Lonnie.
Okay, returning from class 20, we have Lonnie Pomelli Hamilton and Brooke Morgan. Entering the ring for class 21 of our heavyweight hogs, we have Taylor Hancock, Connor Martin, Adam Hoff, Alice Blackburn, Alexa Morgan, Zoe Acock, Isabel Silbernagel, and Mason Robbins.
clap your hands. It's class 21 and a great set of exhibitors. The one that I think you have to start out here is Connor, and he's walking out here all casually and calm, but he drove in and I think showcased the amount of shape and width. This by far is the one that's built rugged from the ground up and then comes at you with so much of a robustness of rib shape and then ham shape when you get in behind. That's the one that has to win. Congratulations, Connor. Then I think it's a logical second. Like, you can't really miss Isabel's out there. That, I think in terms of freshness and condition, definitely comes in the second place hole. Super clean underneath, and that just tells me she fed him right. Isabel, maybe in terms of his structure, he wants to get really roached up in his top, and I think it's because his spine isn't soft enough and pliable enough in the middle, and then maybe he's a little too straight off of both ends in terms of his angles up high in that skeleton. But amazing presentation on this one, and good in terms of fat cover. That's why he has to go second. Congratulations, Isabel. Zoe, yours reminds me of a gilt that we would choose maybe 4 or 5 years ago again, before we, when we kind of brought them in and got them in underneath their skeleton and their sets of their blade and their pin. She wants to get a little bit rawer and drier in the midsection, and that's where she needs to have more curve. I think her muscle to fat ratio is perfect. That's why you're third in blue. Congratulations, Zoe. Alexa, that guy's pretty much beastie in his makeup. Unfortunately, you were way too nice to him and fed him to a point past his prime, and so he just has a little too much fat cover, but he had plenty of muscle, and I like his structure. Congratulations, Alexa. You'll be fourth in blue in this class. Taylor, Alice, come on out. And Adam and Mason. Taylor, your Duroc cross there, I think I'm going to step outside and think it's almost a cross because it's dark and as spotty as she is in some places, but maybe she's a purebred, or he, can't really see from here. I think what your advantage lies is that one is dialed in, oh, there we go, a gilt. Dialed in terms of leanness compared to the rest of the class, and still has some muscle shape down its top, and especially in the ham end. I think when I look at her in terms of her blade, though, she reads a little bit shallower and plainer than the ones above her. You're still a blue ribbon. Congratulations, Taylor. Alice, I love your hair. It's so cute. And you have a cool-looking pig to match. Alice, you were just way too nice to this one on the feeding program. And so you can see, gets a little jiggly and wobbly. And so next year you got to promise me you'll put him on a diet sooner, right? Don't be so nice. Because that was a pretty good pig. Had enough muscle, just too much fat cover. Congratulations, Alice, on your red ribbon. Adam's out there. Adam, on the other hand, no doubt you have the leaner pig of these final three. But this one's a hot dog, and you can tell, just gets super flat right behind the blade there. I just don't think this one is stout enough to the ground to go any higher in the class. Congratulations, Adam. You're selling on Saturday. Mason, I had you pegged for a red ribbon from the time that you walked in. Just this pig is big, but it's really plain and a little bit too much fat cover for this weight. I think they've got to be ultra raw down their top to compete, and you were, again, another nice one that fed that guy out just a little too much. Congratulations, though. You're making money on Saturday.
Returning from our last class is Connor Martin and Isabel Silbernagle. Up next is our final class of heavyweight hogs. We have Owen Osman, Brinsley Potter, Weston Day, Karsten Wood, Bear Rysdom, Bailey Gosvener, Brinley Arts, and Joseph Cooley. Immediately following this class, we will have our first class of feeder hogs prior to the heavyweight championship drive.
Good news. This is our last class for the market division. So if you got some skin left on your hands, wear it off right now. Give them a big round of applause. Really, I want you to know the decision was pretty eminent for me and evident for me at the top. You had to start Karsten's barrel out here. I think in terms of show ring look, one that has plenty of bone and density, and he's just kind of a beast. When you look at him at the base of his rib cage or you step in behind him, that one again has to win. Congratulations, Karsten. You'll be back for the heavyweight drive. Go get your pig watered up. Maybe the next set is the gilts. They're out there between Bear and Brinsley. I have Brindley and Brinsley. This is where it was hard. So 2 gilts out there, and I'm not going to lie. Sometimes a barrel just can shape up better, and he did in this class. But then when you get in and look at the 2, I've got one that's softer in its pattern, softer in its condition. I think the wider topped one, the one that comes with a little bit more horsepower, even though she's got a big swoop to her belly line and looks like a gilt, you got to go with Bears for second in this class. Congratulations, Bear. Second in blue. You're welcome. Third's going to be Brinsley with her Duroc gilt way over there. And Brinsley, she's just a good, solid, foundational kind of individual. Does she have the extra muscle? Probably not. But you did a great job feeding her. For me, that's a solid hog for third. Congratulations on your blue ribbon, Brinsley. Yosef, go ahead and bring out your pig. Yosef, you're going to round out the blue ribbon category. You didn't know this because I pinned you rather early just because you weren't in my top group. But, man, that guy's a beastie kind of thing. Whether you look at him coming at you or get behind him. Yosef, though, you were way too nice because this one got a little too soft on you. He had plenty of muscle. I think I like his bone and his design. He's just too fat. Congratulations on your blue ribbon. Weston, you're a hog. I had a question mark. I didn't know. I'm using the brain set of what I've placed all day in the blue ribbon or the red ribbon. This pig's going to be a structure, and he's just a little too stale for me to go into the blue ribbon category this time. So again, another pig, Weston, if you would have just put it on just a little bit more of a diet, I think you could have went up into the notch in the blue ribbon category. The other disadvantage this one has is it's weak on its pasterns and really wants to pop on its legs, so I think there's a structural problem too. Congratulations on your ribbon, though. You're selling on Saturday, Weston. Brindley, Owen, and Bailey. Brindley, you're going to be in the 6th place hole of this heat. A pig that I like sometimes. I wanted to love him more, but unfortunately he just looks a little plain. He wants to get stale down low, so again, this one probably pushed past his prime about 20 days ago, and so you just could have put him on a little bit more of a diet and freshened that one up, because he comes in with not as much muscle to begin with, right, Brindley? So that's why we got to feed him better. We got to feed for the look here at the last 30 days, and that's what I would say as a group. Everybody could learn in the last 30 days, feed for a look, and that would, I think that pig would have done better and got at least a blue ribbon because he has enough muscle. Congratulations, Brindley. Owen, this one, far and away, I like the freshness and the leanness of, but when you get up close to this one, he really gets narrow on his top. I think in terms of loin, he's a little bit shallower and frailer there. So him, on the other hand, you might have brought him in just a little bit better in terms of finish, but I think, again, it just gets into total pounds. And another one that I think needs to be better down its top. But Owen, you're selling on Saturday. That's all that matters. Bailey. Wait, where am I at? Am I missing somebody? I have Owen, now Bailey, right? Owen? Oh, thank goodness. Sorry about that. Here towards the end, I need more protein. I better have another teriyaki stick. Again, we just get into a little bit plainer and frailer type of hogs, but nothing wrong with them in terms of spending your money on Saturday. So let's give them some applause, and we'll make sure that we get some good buyers that want to pay for some juicy pork chops.
Returning from our final class of heavyweight swine is Carson Wood and Bear Risdom. We will have our first class of feeder hogs prior to the heavyweight runoff. That class is coming in the ring. We have Kira Sharp, Greenlee Adams, Noah Morton, Nevaeh Thurman, Cohen Lambert, Kayla Munkus, Kaylin Pedro, Layla Glime. If I've messed up your names, I apologize. Blake Bosch and Isaiah Peavy.
ringside. Please help me in congratulating these exhibitors by putting your hands together and the Class 1 feeders. The cool thing about this is I start to talk about them, you guys heard me get kind of critical maybe as these hogs were at heavier weights about feet and legs. Maybe I showed you that in terms of structure, there's some things to fix. And just in case you're wondering, yeah, I could have told early on what was going to happen. I could have predicted pretty well how these pigs were going to turn out. I've seen enough of them and fed enough of them in my lifetime to know that where things were going to come together and where things were going to fall apart. The one at this weight in the feeder hog division that I think will still stay together, she's showing a little tight right now, but I know how to fix that problem too. Lake, she's the one to win this feeder hog and come back for the feeder hog drive. Congratulations. You've done a good job feeding that one, and I think she still is one that's obviously going to retain her freshness to that heavy weight and still stay together. Congratulations again. Then it's going to go to Layla's black belted, long body gilt there. And that one is starting to push in terms of finish up front. Again, Layla, I would have fed her a little bit differently because I think the power and potential is there on that one. I don't know, you were probably pushing sugar, all kinds of sugar to her. No, nothing, just trying to feed her? Heavyweight? Okay, so that was where you got the fat. You got the carbs, carbs and fat a little high on that one. And she got up there in the jowl side of things. And so no, I think she could have been big enough with the right feeding program. I love how level she is from right behind her blade to the point of hip. I think she would have made it for you with another 30 days. And for her, I think it's just in terms of where she is at on her growth curve. She was just a little late for you. Congratulations, Layla. You'll be second and come back for the feeder drive. Kira, on the other hand, you've got the ripper. You're welcome. You would have been, this would one that would have been ultra lean no matter at what weight she came in at. And you guys can see super big turn up top, big old dimple by her tail head. Unfortunately, I would say she just doesn't have enough guts to really help you out and push to that, making that market weight, but she's level and she can still get out here and move, obviously, because she can still run. So I think structurally, she's still dialed in. Congratulations, Kira. You're the third and blue in this class. In fourth will be Noah right here. Noah, you're kicking off the red ribbon category. And this is one where I've talked several times in the heavyweights. If you watch this guy from behind, his hocks are popping outside of his skeleton there. So guess what happens? The heavier they get, the worse it gets. But I think if I was going to feed one, I could fix that a little bit, because that one's got enough body and ham in to go to higher to the top end of a class. Talon and Kayla and Isaiah, bring your pigs out. Talon, Kayla, and Isaiah. Talon, I have you in the next hole and fifth in a red, and go ahead and raise your stick so Sarah knows who you are. Talon, yeah, there we go. This one is very similar to the one I talked about in Kira's. Was gonna be a super lean hog no matter where she fell on the weight gain side of things, and maybe that's what happened. She got a little too dry on you. It's hard to feed that out of those. She's got some muscle, but she's one that gets a little bulldoggy on her front end and really gets higher in her rear flank. And Talon, when you pick them out, you know that's the hardest thing to fix. Once you get past that half of that body, it's super hard to get improvement past there. You got to be one of those stellar feeders that have fed a lot of hogs. But the crowd can see that's another one that would have got a little bit ouchy as this one got heavier. Congratulations, though. You're getting the red ribbon. Kayla, another one that, man, pushing outside of its skeleton, and that's where I was obviously very critical of, because I think this one has some muscle and power. When you go to look for a pig, watch those blade angles and watch those hocks. They've got to stay inside that skeleton, and that's why this one's a red ribbon for me in the feeder hog, because I would not want to feed this one out. Congratulations, Kayla, on your ribbon. You can come over and get it. Isaiah, way over there. Isaiah, this pig is just kind of plain, and I think at this lightweight thing, if you're going to feed one out to come to the show ring and excel with, they've got to be really ultra fresh at this weight, because he's under 200 pounds, and you think about the further they get, the closer they get to 250, you're just putting on more and more fat, and he's starting it with his fat there. So I call that an early maturing kind of hog. His days to 250 are definitely He might not ever make it. He's a long shot to get out there to 250 and still be fresh. Congratulations on your placing, Isaiah. Nevaeh, Cohen, and Greenlee, come on out. Nevaeh, when this one came, I was like, man, you can't, it's like almost a fire starter at the ground and the front because those ankles and pasterns are almost hitting, and so we've got to have them where they stay apart. And then on the back end, it's really too straight. So this is all about structure, and that's why this one has to fall into 7th place. 8th place in this class. Congratulations, Nevaeh, on your red ribbon. Cohen, just a pig that doesn't have enough muscle and is ultra refined in terms of its bone work. And Greenlee, same thing. From the time that you walked in, I wrote hot dog. And not only could he really run, but because he's lightweight, right? And he's super loose in his structure, just not enough muscle. Let's send Nevaeh, Greenlee, and Cohen out with another round of applause as we head to the heavyweight division.
Returning from our first class of feeders are Lake and Layla. And next we have the top placer from each of our 6 heavyweight market classes. We should have coming in the ring Grant Walder, Haley Mortar, Holt Apgar Long, Lonnie Pomelli Hamilton, Connor Martin, and Karsten Wood.
know it's not quite over until the fat lady sings, right? But I'm still on the mic, so you guys got to stay here for a bit longer. Before I talk about this drive, this is my first year here, and when Clint sent me a text message and a voicemail and said, "Are you salty enough still to judge a couple hundred hogs?" He doesn't know how good I still am. Even though we judge together, and we might be the same age, I think this is my most favorite part. I don't even like to do a resume anymore. I just want to come out here and work with kids and see good stock. And so I know, though, to do this, for me to be able to do what I do, the girls and guys behind me or on your fair board, they're the ones doing the hard work to keep this show going. Let's put our hands together and congratulate and thank them for being awesome volunteers, because I'm sure they're not paid positions. And I know my board men definitely don't have paid positions, and I like their adaptability. You'll hear me use adaptability tomorrow. And I think that these pins are new, is what I heard through the rumor mill. And so, board men, outstanding job on getting these kids controlled and getting them pinned fast, because that made this show go fast and efficient. Good job, board men. And finally, now for these young exhibitors out here in front of me. Amazing set of hogs in this heavyweight division, and I think you can see some differences. I talked a little bit about design and pattern, and you can see there's some show look, maybe a little bit more added show look in a few at the top here. Some that just can't get their head up yet. And if you're thinking, what does that matter? It matters because in this big scheme of things, we're looking for the ones that are hardest to make, because we're assuming carcass merit at this level. These hogs are going to be the high dressing percentage hogs. They have a high percentage of high price cuts. The differences is how those parts and pieces blend together from end to end. Definitely, it's more like a dog show in my drives, because I'm looking for the fancy ones, because I know the other parts are all there. Give them a round of applause. I'm showing you who your 2025 heavyweight division champion is right now.
As Grant was named champion, the second place hog in his class, which belonged to Molly Collar, will enter the ring.
I actually have a favorite out here, and I'm not going to lie. I think if I had a better showman on that hog, it could have pushed up a court really close to Grant's hog. Connor, reserve champion, heavyweight division. That's a super good barrow.
Our champion heavyweight hog for 2025 belongs to Grant Walder, with reserve champion going to Connor Martin. Next, we will have our second class of feeder hogs. Jocelyn Crawford, Mary Walker, Jacob Crawford, Cooper Harris, Evelyn Winkler, Harry Byther, Andrew Thurman, Kennedy Bendixson, Rainey Pierce, and Kimberlyn Blake.
Ringside, put your hands together. Class 2, feeder hog exhibitors need your appreciation today. Lord knows they need some encouragement, so because these are the pegs that didn't make weight. The one though that I think that if I put some more pounds on and she has the look already, the one that looks like it's bigger footed, stouter in its mug, and you get in behind it, I think this one just has more power. Rainey, your gilt has to start this feeder hog division. She'll be back for the drive. Congratulations, Rainey. Jacob and Evelyn's are very similar, and in terms of how they're not as square made and maybe as dense in their bone work as Rainey's, but I think Jacob's has the advantage, maybe just a little bit bolder at the top of the blade, a little bit more square when you get in behind. So Jacob, your gilt is second in blue in this feeder hog class. Congratulations. Evelyn, again, I think she's good. I think really more days on feed is all she really needed. And then I think just the parts and pieces are working and they're still strong enough. She wants to look like she walks on toothpicks maybe compared to the two that I used above her. But again, just more days on feed. I think this one needed. Congratulations, Evelyn, on your blue ribbon. Let's see, Jocelyn, I still have out here. Jocelyn, you're going to kick off the red ribbon category because I think there's some things to her hocks. She's almost wanting to get unsecure off of them, but I could fix that with some feeding things. I think for her, she's one that's going to stay super lean to heavier weights because she just gets way too dry in the middle. And so I think it's her shallowness of side that's going to be the hardest ever to feed out of a pig like that. So congratulations for kicking off the red ribbon category, Jocelyn. Andrew, Harry, and Kennedy, come on out. Andrew will be fifth and red. I think this one I was pretty mean to because, again, it gets into feet and legs. And I've been singing the praises of keeping your, finding a pig that can really get out and walk and move and still hold its weight together. The crowd over there can really see. For some reason, this one just really wants to, oh, over here, blue. This one just really wants to be straight off the hind too, Andrew, but I liked it up top. So that's why it's in the 6th place position. Harry, yours is the one that really gets a little wobbly off those rear legs. And so again, I talked about pigs. I was really mean to pigs that couldn't hold their weight, and I think that one is. But you found one with some muscle, so sign up for livestock judging because you'll do really well if you can find a pig like that in a pen when they're little. And then Kennedy, I like the squareness of this one up top, but man, this one really starts to go wonky off those at the hip side of things, but then comes really base narrow. So that's where I was really mean to that one, and that's why I'm giving it a red ribbon. Congratulations, Kennedy. Then Mary Keegan, right? I have Mary Keegan, and I can't even read my last writing. Let me look. Kinsley? No. Cooper and I have a Kinsley though, right? Kimberlyn. Ah, dang it. Mary, this pig looks like it wants to be a ballerina. And it wants to get up on its toes, so I need that one to settle in, lay back there in terms of its angles, and settle in on its heels just a little bit stronger. And then I don't think I'm a big fan of its muscle pattern. I want it to look like The Rock and not like Luciano Pavarotti, the singer, like sitting up there at the top of the stage. Congratulations. I guess Jonah Hill in his older days. That would be Jonah Hill in his older days. And then Keegan, come on out. Capella. Oh, Capella, what do you do? Wait, do I have 2 Capellas in this county? Oh, that's Kimberlyn's pig though, right? Capella, you have to keep the same color shirt on. Oh, okay. Oh, Kimberlyn's showing a market lamb. Kimberlyn, okay. Capella, thanks for showing for her. But really, she's last in class because Keegan, you're one step ahead. You're 9th. Come on out, Keegan. Oh, Cooper. Okay, I don't know what I wrote, but I must have been not in a good place. I was still eating a teriyaki stick. That's the problem. Cooper, you're in 9th, and then 10th is Kimberly. I switched them at the very end. That's why I have scribbles. And the reason why I switched them, you can see, I think Cooper's comes with some added dimension from the side. But man, this pig is already showing that it could probably get a little bit staler as it got to heavier weights and so get a little too fat. Cooper, 9th in red in the feeder hog class number 2. Capella, thank you for showing for Kimberlyn. And you can see this is the, oh yeah, because Kimberlyn has glasses. That's why I'm all lost, right? Does Kimberlyn have glasses? Yeah. Okay. Happiness for Sandy. I did remember. But you guys can see this one just really has a hard time walking already at 200 and some pounds. It would have been horribly ugly at 300. So let's give them another round of applause as we head to feeder class number 3.
Returning from our second feeder class will be Rainey Pierce and Jacob Crawford. In our final class of feeder hogs, we have Kason Bailey, Jesse Kirkpatrick, Hallie Morgan, Kalea Haney, Kennedy Parsons, Jack Nichols, Mason Hughes, Maverick Llewellyn, Romeo Caldera, and Dylan Zilke.
Yay! Everyone can sigh. The poor pigs that didn't quite make weight, and these are the ones that were super ultra close. Let's put our hands together to congratulate these exhibitors. Romeo, you can bring your pig back out because I switched it up a notch. You don't even know that yet, but I did. But the hog that has to win in my mind, the one that's built like everything else I've chose today, and he shows it like a champion. Congratulations, Mason. You'll win this feeder hog class, number 3. That one is just built a little bit heavier and denser in his structure, and he's still lean enough. Congratulations, Mason. You might as well go back to your pen and get him watered up or go to the makeup area because you're coming right back for the drive. And then after that, the biggest pair cut, or the smallest pair cut, and the biggest decision-making pair is between Dylan and Kennedy's. I think Kennedy's, the more I watched her, I liked how she just edges Dylan's out because she's leveler from the point of her blade to the point of her hip. I like how she cranks out of the base of her tail head. I think she's deeper in the middle. Congratulations, not you, Kennedy. You're not deeper in the middle, but the guilt is congratulations on your blue ribbon and coming back for the drive. Dylan, this one is super long-bodied, a big frame kind of hog. I think structurally and design, though, this one falls third. It wants to run downhill from the hip to the blade, and then she kind of cuts up in her rear flank. But you're still getting a blue ribbon because I think that one has plenty of muscle shape. Congratulations, Dylan. Third and blue. Romeo, I was pretty critical of this hog, and it's on that right hind, and I can see there's already swelling on the hock, but I'm not smart enough to say if that's an injury or genetic. That one was so close to making it to weight, and I think the crowd can see that would have been one I favored in the class just because how it's made stout up front and stout over its top and the top of its hip. I think this is a meat machine. Congratulations, Romeo, fourth and blue. Fifth is going to be Kaysen's here, and Kaysen, the longer this class wore on, I think that this pig not being soft enough in its makeup and kind, you can kind of tell it just wants to give up. It's like a super lean marathon runner rather than, I think, getting enough bulk and body in the middle. But you did a great job staying out here until the 5th place position. Congratulations, Kaysen. Maverick and Jesse. After I talk about you, you can leave, Dylan, unless you want to hang out here forever. Maverick and Jesse, bring your hogs out. Nobody wants to come out? You guys want to stay with me? Just open the gate. There we go. Maverick, I put you in the 6th place position and Jesse in the 7th. Both of them have just some issues for me on how they are constructed from the ground up. When we talk about the 4 cornerstones of feet and legs, they've just got to be solid. And you look at them in right at where they meet the surface area, you can see right here Mavericks wants to be a little too soft on the pasterns and really wants to roll onto the outside of those heels. And so if you're wondering, could you see that in the pin when they were little? I say yes, but you got to put your bifocals on and really get in there and watch. You can see she has some muscle. Again, it just gets into feet and legs. And the same thing with Jesse's. Here's one that it's really weird set to its hocks and it has some bone and some muscle, but there's something going on to where the hocks pop outside of one angle and the pasterns go another. So could you imagine as the heavier weight, that angles are so off in there, what's going to take the pressure? We wouldn't know until she got super heavy. So again, it just gets into feet. Congratulations, Jesse, on your red ribbon. Kalia, come on out. And then Jack and Hallie. Kalia, this is just a pig that reminds me of it's going to be a big pig, kind of like what Timon and Pumbaa sang about. You could be a big pig too. That guy definitely, that girl definitely would be long and tall. And I think she's missing that 3rd dimension of muscle. Why she might be a little bit more correct on her rear too than the other ones in the class. I think this all gets about, in terms of frame size, a lot of frame and not enough muscle, and that's a hard one to feed. Congratulations on your ribbon, Kalia. And then Jack, a leg problem. Not going to even sit here and pound it through the thing. That's a big leg problem, but it's got some muscle shape. And then finally, Hallie. This one actually doesn't have as much muscle shape, really plain. So that one I would have put on a higher protein diet and see how she worked out, but you might have just been trying to get groceries in her to get her to make weight. Just guessing. Congratulations. Let's send them back to their pins with a round of applause as we search for your feeder champions next.
Coming back in a moment for our feeder runoff will be Lake Bosch, Rainey Pierce, and Mason Hughes, with the second place hog from each class on deck.
My goodness, it's heartbreaking, right? That you know that these exhibitors, obviously these, well, and late, she's not here, but they've done a great job in terms of presenting these hogs, and it tells me that they probably had a hard fight to fight as they got closer and closer to fair date, and of course it looks like they lost the battle when they walked across the scale, and unfortunate because I think at the top here of the feeder hog division, 3 hogs that have lots of potential. For me, when I look at a feeder hog division, can I check the boxes with their muscle and pattern? And I think I can. But it gets back to the one that I want the easiest time feeding. And feeding to the look or feeding to the weight. Mason's has got that. Congratulations, Mason. You're the champion feeder hog. I know it's bittersweet, but take it and hopefully someday it'll make up for it.
With Mason as champion, we need Kennedy Parsons in the ring.
After that, I talked about this hog in its class, and there's just some cool pieces that I think as this one bloomed out with more days on feed and maybe got to heavier weights, you would be able to see the density of bone work that this one has. Rainey, reserve champion, feeder hog.